Good morning and welcome to MightyOxTrading. Happy Wednesday. Hope everyone's had a great night. Ready for a great FOMC day. One second to get myself undiscombobulated. Oh, okay. Let's look at the markets overnight. So we had a rise up in Asia. We dipped down to Europe open, and then we've risen up since then. ES high 56.89 or low 56.57, so 22 points in range. NQ looks like 797 to 660. That's 137 points in range. Copper still been rising up. Broke above 5. Looks like we got about 130-ish ticks. Gold, I'm sorry, Alter Bond, about 3/4 of a point. Gold, all the way up to 30.52, which I believe is, yeah, it's a new all-time high. Dipped down to 30.31, so about 19 points in range. Crude oil, it's rising off a bounce. Dipped all the way down to 66. It's only about 71 ticks in range. Bitcoin trying to rise back up at 83.7. That's where we stand there. Whatever body posture you're choosing to take on this beautiful, beautiful spring Wednesday morning. FOMC mornings can be choppy. They can be choppy. So we'll have to be careful. Morning, Crypticon. How are you today? Looks like we're trying to trickle down here. So let's see. Do we have any other news this morning? Start spreading the news. Oh, just crude oil inventories. Doing good, thank you. Uh, yeah. If you don't have If you don't have a prop account hooked up to it, that you can get the data from them, yeah, you do. It's only like $6, I think. $5, $6. Yeah, like right now, I'm connected through Tradify, and that's where my data is coming from. I also have the in-house data on TradingView, just for times that I might not have a Tradovate account, or there's also times that it's if like Tradovate goes down, whatever. But yeah, right now looking kind of choppy. Beep 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 beep. Okay, where is my Tradovate window? There. Yes. Oops. Okay. Morning, JJR. How are you on this wonderful day? Very, very sideways right now. And no real news catalyst this morning. Could be a long morning. Maybe a long here. See how this candle closes. Oh yeah, it's a nice little pop. Not the best close there, and now that's hitting third band. Really? Third band? Oh yeah, it did touch the third band. Wow. Yeah, not going long there. Morning, Chris. Day so far is all right. No trades. Good morning, Zachariah. How are you today? Welcome. Yes, it is going to be a wonky FOMC day. I mean, personal preference. It's a question you can ask RJ when he comes in. He uses all three. Actually, he uses range, he uses tick, and he uses time. That'll be a good question for RJ about what he sees differently between the three. Nice, great job, Zachariah. Mind everybody, vote in the poll. What do you think the FOMC is going to do today? Right now, it's making our life choppy. Very, very choppy. Even overnight, doesn't look like we had this nice rise up, but I would, even if I was trading overnight, I wouldn't have got a bunch of signals. Yeah. So we have to be patient. I want to trade now. Okay. That was a signal on gold, but I don't really have any. I don't have any of their charts ready to go. Ooh, look at that nice rise up on crude. I'm sorry, not crude, natural gas. But right now, this is ugly, guys. Ugly. Ugly. There's a little bit of a rise up. Again, touching third band. I'm not touching you. We're going to see a pullback down to the 9. Like, that means I could have scalped 5-ish points. Not 100% confident in that, so I didn't take it. I should have taken it. You can see it trickling back down after hitting that third band. This feeling, I got a feeling it wants to continue up, so I think there's just a little pullback. Morning, Tip. How are you? Motivation hearing? Here is it. Motivational, I can't talk this morning. Motivation healing. Hello, how are you? Well, I've been doing this streaming stuff for 3.5 years. I'll get it right one of these days. Yep, I should have taken that short. Look at that. Nice fall. Back down. Well, hey, I'm doubling down and starting a new YouTube channel. Nice move back down. Now we see we ran into support like 3 times down here at the 761 level, which we just hit again. All right, speaking of that new YouTube channel, if anyone wants to support me by just subscribing, there's no content on it yet, but just subscribing to it, even if you're not into the subject, I would appreciate the subs so I can try and build up some momentum when I do actually produce content for it in a couple weeks. Yep, there it is. Yeah. Though I will say most of the time my I should haves are trades that I didn't take that should have versus trades I did take and shouldn't have. Thank you guys. Thank you, Chris. Good morning, Amelia. How are you today? Oh yeah, I probably should edit some stuff quick. Oops. But in case you missed it, guys, and in case you're not following my email or my social media, Fidias is doing a 90% sale, which means that their 25K statics, which don't have a lot of drawdown. So reminder, the 25K statics only have $500 in drawdown, but they're $8.50. And they're 1 day pass, no consistency rule. So you could buy 5 YOLO and then buy a couple more and YOLO till you have your 5 funded accounts. Activation fee is 85, I think. Let me look. Let me look just to make sure. Find my handy dandy. Yeah, 83. Yeah, $83. So 91.50 all in if you pass and all that. 50K is 17. It's not a static. 50K end of day is $16.50 for the eval, but the funded setup fee that one's more expensive. That is the funded setup fee is 174. On the swing account, the eval cost is $32 with a 108 setup fee. Hey Rod, how you doing? Other big sale that was announced yesterday is day traders. They're 75% off. No, they just had the 25K static. Yeah, you gotta. I mean, you almost have to. I mean, there's two ways of going about it. Like I said, they're $8.50 each, so you can either just YOLO, or if you play it conservatively, you have to start with micros. I believe 50S is once a month pay. They're kind of weird like that. I know they were. I haven't checked to see if that's been updated. They've updated some rules to be more in the trader's favor. They used to have really stupid news rules, and they got rid of all of them. They used to have its DCA rule, and they got rid of that. So they've been going the right direction. They said today on Twitter that NinjaTrader and Tradovate's coming soon. I'm not a big fan of Quant Tower either. I mean, it's okay, but oh, not sure where that came from. 14-point pop, but right back down. Oh, and back up. What's causing this little wonkiness? Let's see anything. Another blue candle. Back down. I won't back down. No, so this little burst right here was the last real try at moving upwards. Almost got back up to the overnight high. Wow. Yeah, that's a little ridiculous. Definitely not something JJR wants to use. That was a miss on my part. Just ready to take that short, and it went without me. So it's not going far. It's hitting that third Bollinger. I'll try a long there. And that was a mistake. His looks like. It's right up against. I tell myself, don't take the ones that are right up against the 9. And then I do it anyway, and maybe it'll come back for me. Come back, Jack, and do it again. No, stopped out. Yeah. And now it's trying again. Now it's above the 9. Let's see. Big old candle there. We're long again. We're gonna long again. No idea what this yellow is here. Hitting the 9 on the 3-minute chart. Let's see if it can break on through. Trailing or stop. So far, the answer is no. It can't break through. Saying it 7. That EMA is at 759, 760. There it goes. There's a break. Can it hold? No, it cannot. At Gerster 9 EMA. Back down to my entry. Wow, couldn't even get more than 5 points, and now it's reversing on me. Yeah, hold on. Hold on to your hat. It's trying again, folks. I think again. 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 Oh, back down. New 3-minute candle. A home warranty? Oh, we'll have to Google. Let's try it again. Come on. Need to get back above 759 half. That's a 756 half. It's a fight here, folks. Burst and bopped back down. Stopped out. 2-point loss. Arg. There's a home warranty thing. I'm seeing the best 5 home warranty plans, so on and so forth. What is a home warranty? It's the thing that protects if your major appliances break down, such as your heating and air or things like that. All right, Crypt. See you later, my friend. There's a pop. I didn't grab it off that blue. It's only well, there's a 5-point pop. Pulls down. Yep, trying to break that again. Trying to break that 9 EMA on the 3-minute chart. Now you can look at it right down there in the 3-minute chart, but you can see this squiggly green line here. That also represents the 9 on the 3. It's easier to really see it there on the 30-second chart that way without having to look at both charts. It's just a little helpful guide. Reminder, Matt from Teresius Trading will be here on Friday for a bit, not the whole stream, but somewhere around the open. He wants to promote and brag this hot shot new head trader they got. I don't know, some guy named Ace. We're long off the blue candle on the 3-minute. See if we can get something out of this. We are hitting the band on the 30-second, unfortunately. Looks like it's going to bounce down. There, it's trying to rise. All rise. There we go. Now we're getting the move. I'm not going to take it off there. I'm not going to press my luck. Uh, 7 3/4 point trade there. That's my first win of the day. Good morning, Speed Racer. Went a little further, but slow enough that I'm not happy. I'm not happy I got it where I did. Should have been kind of trailing it, I guess. Here on the, you can see on the 3 minute, I could be trailing it up. We'll see. See if that's what I should have done. Pulls back a little. Only went 4 more points beyond where I got out, so I'm not upset by that at all. Not upset by that at all. Now we're back to sideways-ish. Taking a breath maybe before wanting to go up further as we head toward the top of the hour. All right, for those of you that sub to my new YouTube channel, what do you guys think of that top banner? I made it last night. Look okay? Making YouTube banners is so hard because you need to make them that they look good in both mobile and on desktop. And they want you to make it look good on if somebody watches on a television too. Uh, I don't know how many people watch YouTube on a television, but eh, I mainly worry about the mobile and desktop. Pushes down. Lights up that third band. Could be a place for a bounce. Comes down. So it was not the place for a bounce. Probably should take it that long, but I don't know. I'm just not feeling it right now. This is the deadest day we've seen in a while. ATR sitting at under 5. And I said today could be choppy because of FOMC. Let's pop. I needed above the 9 on the 32nd to take this, though. And it looks like it's not going to finish there. It did not. Of course, it's going to just blow up now, right? Yep. That's exactly what it did. Morning, Platt. Yeah, there was popping up another blue candle. We're going to grab this and it holds. 10. Nope, it did not hold. It comes back. That's why you don't jump in the minute you see blue or purple. That was a failure. I don't really follow the other, the other banks much. Can you tell me why that's big news tipped? Good morning, John. How are you? John, I found our 10th guy for our fantasy baseball. He should be signing up today. I put a plea out on the Phillies message board. Okay. Thank you for that analysis tip. Like I said, I don't really follow, the other banks, other currencies, so I don't know a lot about that stuff. So I'm always eager to learn. Oh, that sucks. Work thing is really starting to get in the way. Dodgers won again, John, 6-3. Yeah, well, I had to go someplace to find somebody, and he was looking for people for a league that's done on the Phillies forum that I'm on. So I joined his, and he's joining mine. Uh, did I drop them? Yes and no. I made the chart less messy. If you see these shaded areas here, the green and the red shaded, that's when a bar touches the bands. And if it's brighter than the normal, like here you can see this bright, it's touching the third band, third standard deviation band. So they're still there, just not actual seeable. And if I want them for reference, they're still over here on this chart. So definitely still using the bands, just trying to make the chart look clearer. Because let's face it, that's an ugly chart versus that. 'Trying along there. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere. Ugh. Let's see if it gives me a pop. Hopefully he's still building up, John. I have to root for rookies now that I'm getting back into this whole baseball card thing. Oh, there we go. There's a pop. We'll take it off there for 5. Yep, exactly 5. What did I just do? There we go. Not pressing my luck because of how choppy it is. Low ATR. We're at green. We're now green on the day by 41 bucks. Looks like I got out at a pretty good spot. Ooh, I didn't have a chance to look at the box score. I have that up now. Oh, Otani hit his first home run. 56 pitches in 3 innings. Still only 1 earned run. That's kind of impressive. Could have been nerves too. major league debut in front of his home crowd. So I think, I struggled yesterday and I struggled Monday, and I think the reason I struggled, when we were having that heavy volatility last week things were really flying, I started going for those bigger moves, the 30, 50 point moves. I think I nailed 4 50 point trades last week. And I think I got too used to that. So I was going for bigger moves and things were coming back at me and I wasn't getting out. So today I'm back to trying for smaller moves and just going from there. Getting, it's not my target set at 50 in case something like just pops quickly. But I'll adjust the target after the first candle or just get out after the first candle, depending on what that first candle gives me. About 20 minutes to the bell. RJ should be joining us soon. Ace might stop in. USC should be here soon. USC is here now. She was lurking until I said her name. She's probably been here from the start. She just wanted attention. No, kidding. Are you, there's RJ. Wow, that's kind of weird. Morning, RJ. Did y'all vote in the poll about what the FOMC is going to do? The way you two always pop in together, RJ. You and USC seem to like just pop up at the same time. Maybe there's something more there that I just don't know. Yeah, nothing I could do there. Collective bargaining agreement says, after so many streams, he's allowed to become a free agent. Uh, Quick pop down here. Didn't take that purple candle, and I should have. There's another should have. You can keep track of them for me, Zachariah, if you're still here. Mind you, folks, if you're enjoying today's stream, it's time to gore the like button. Appreciate that. Try and take the pop here. Where the heck is my stop? There it is. I want 758 here, but I don't think it's going to get there. Maybe. There it goes. Touches that 9. I don't think I'm going to. I don't know. I don't have confidence in it. I'll take the 2-point win. We're so choppy. You can see how choppy we are in the 3-minute. It looks like that might have been a good decision. RJ, I found the 10th person for our fantasy baseball. I had to go to the Phillies forum message board thing that I'm a member of to find it, but we now have 10. I'm going to still try for 12, but I'm going to set the draft for sometime this weekend, and so we can finally get that going. If anyone else is interested in fantasy baseball, the Mighty Ox Trading Fantasy Baseball League, speak up. We have 10. I would love 12. We'll survive with 10, but we would still love 12. That's awesome, RJ. That's an amazing thing. This is actually the first time I've played fantasy in like a decade. I remember how excited I was when I first got the internet to be a part of fantasy baseball because, I didn't have anything offline, back when they did offline, people did offline stuff. And then, I did it for a few years and then, I don't know, kind of lost interest for a while. We will do Mighty Ox Trading Fantasy Football in the fall. I have a feeling I won't have a problem finding enough people for that. It seems like it's harder to find people for fantasy baseball than it's for fantasy football. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I was thinking that we might have a really big number for fantasy football depending on where Mighty Ox Trading is by then. Maybe even enough for 2 leagues. Morning, Ace. How are you today? About 11 minutes till the bell. Hey, MR, how you doing? So just a result of the FOMC. I did not think anyone would say that they expect the FOMC to raise interest rates. You voted for that. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Just see what why you feel that way. Congrats, nice, MR. I'm doing good. All right, guys, I have created my new YouTube channel for my other endeavor with the baseball card breaks. If anyone wants to just give me a sub on that, I would appreciate it. Trying to build up the numbers before the real launch. There's the link. But don't feel the need to sub if you don't want to. There's a pop. You see how rangy we've been. Basically a 30-point range over the last hour. Eh, where are we going to go at the open? We're hovering around the high today, but just 797. But I got no clue. It could go either way. Yeah, that would make sense too. Let's get a reminder for Diaz is having a 90% off sale today only. It ends in probably about the 10 hours. Uh, you can get those 25K static accounts for this $8.50. and a 50K regular end of day eval for $16.40. Yeah, they're all right to work with. The biggest they've made a bunch of trader friendly changes over the last couple of months. The only weird thing about them is that they only pay out once a month, unless that's changed, and I haven't heard about it changing. So they pay once a month, from what I understand. Kind of weird. They have three different. They're the only ones that, besides Elite Trader Fund, they offer a swing account. But the problem with the swing account is that if you're in a trade for, okay, so you need so many days to reach payout, right? You know, like almost any other firm, you need so many trading days before you can ask for a payout. If you're in a trade, a swing trade for 4 days, it only counts as one day. I have done advertising, made up ads for Fidias' swing account and have included the upside down pineapple on the ad. RJ, so Crypticon asked a really good question earlier, and I said you would be the best one to answer. And if he comes back, it might be something you want to discuss in your hour of rolling the markets with RJ Wheel. He asked, "Do you know the reasons why some traders use tick charts versus range charts versus time charts?" And I think you use all three. So I thought you would be the perfect person to talk about what you see differently between tick versus range versus time. Maybe we need a whole video on it. Yeah, I didn't even think about Renko and Heiken. We have a couple minutes till the bell. Does my chart look like it's Heiken? I can't find. Oh, whoa! We'll table that. Quick pop. What a pop! To the top of the range, to the top of the wall. Now, cash away, cash away, cash away. All. I sure it caused that pop 2.5 minutes till the bell. Look at Ace pulling double duty. Still giving us our 2 minute warning while preparing to trade over at Tiresias Trading. Huge candle here. 3 minute candle is 24 points. Just all of a sudden. See if there was any news from that pop. Oh, Fox correspondent on X. Uh, White House economic advisor Hassett says he spent last night with the Commerce Secretary and Treasury Secretary negotiating with other countries about mutually lowering tariffs ahead of the April 2nd reciprocal tariff deadline. What a pop. Right before the bell. Real quickly, what does my thing look like on Heikanashi? Interesting, it still gives me the blues and purples, but not as many. I might have to study that. I might have to study that. Yeah, I don't understand range bars that aren't all. They look like little Loch Ness monsters. Ooh, that's really getting fancy tipped. Fortunately, I can't do tick charts on TradingView unless I want to spend $100 a month. Rising up, new high day. Up to 806. Yeah, Hassan's heard me say Hassan uses range bars, and I keep, you know, say they look like Loch Ness monsters, and he's like, "Why can't you ever be serious?" And then he was showing me ones yesterday. I had this rectangle at the top of them. They looked like, some looked like someone with a brick on his head. Give me one. Comes back down. We are hitting the Bollinger Band on each of these. I thought about taking that short there, big wick, but hey, Sid. Good morning to you. Down to the 9 pops, back up. Hello, Chris and Devin. Hope everybody's doing well today. Oh, awesome. Are they trading what you're trading, like Tesla and stuff, or what are they trading? Oh, awesome. Awesome. Welcome to the world of futures trading. Kind of choppy now again as we kind of. Pulls down. That's a quick reversal there. Got up to 814, back down to 770. It's back down into that range that we were in, up until the bell, or actually right before the bell. Quick fall, McGraw, and then a bounce. Yeah, so giving it all back down to where we were before that pop. Now let's see if it's gonna get stuck in this range again. Home on the range. Now, how do you mean that, Assad? You mean you think it's just going to keep going up, or do you mean that it's just going to be a long day, boring day, etc.? Oh, yay. So is this showing a weather map that says there's a tornado outbreak likely today? Yay! Always a fun time. The joys of living in Central Illinois. Yeah, it's supposed to be 69 today. Getting down to 33 with snow likely tonight. That blue candle pop almost faked me out. Luckily, I was looking at weather, so I might have taken that. It's coming back up though, so if it does go back to there we go. See if we continues to pop or comes back down. That one I'm interested in. If it holds, it needs to hold above the 9. So far, it's not really doing that. That is the iffiest blue candle ever, but I'm taking it. Oh, there we go. Had to insult it. Ah! Maybe I should have insulted it. Ouch. Went like 5 points for my entry and came all the way back. Now it's shining again. Now it's going to stop me. Stop me out. Well, that was ugly. I shouldn't have taken that blue. Continuing to fall. So I got blue candle faked me out. Saw the blue candle there up, pull back, try. Thought it was going to go back up. I was 100% wrong, and now we're below that range on the uh, that we had the pre-market range there, and it's fallen fast. That was a signal in the 3 minute that I didn't take. That would have been wonderful. Still falling. Now we need to look at low day. Still pretty far away. 660. It's about 60 points away. Wrong chart. There we go. Little blue candle there on the 32nd. I don't know. I don't think we found the bottom yet, though. That's a blue candle I may like. So long. Just needs to get through that 9. Let's see if it does. Struggling with it. 9's at 730. There it goes. Boom. Booyah. There we go. Out. So what did I get? What did I get? What did I get? I should have held for longer, I have a feeling, but seriously, what did I get in it? 26 to 34 halves, so 7.5 points. No, 8.5 points. 8.5 points on that. I probably should have held, but we'll see. Oh, yeah, I should have held. Wow. Big pop. 50-point pop. Anyone else taking any trades yet? By the way, folks, if you're a fan of Tradify, they are my #1 firm. Uh, the CEO last night said asked people if they wanted a FOMC sale. So you might want to be on the lookout for that. If it's anything good, I'll be sending out an email to people that have signed up for the MightyOxTrading email list. And of course, we'll post it on social media as well. So that's interesting. Look at this 3-minute. I have a brown thing, brown shaded area. That's what I'm trying to say. That means that candle hit both the both sides of the Bollinger Band. We can see it here. Hold on. It hit both ends. Big candle, the 60-point candle in the 3-minute chart. It's interesting it turned it brown. What can brown do for you? Trying to get back up to the highs. 814 was our high. Just under 800 here. It's a blue candle. Gonna try it long. See if we can break up to the above up to 800. Apparently not. Nope. Of course, it's gonna stop me out and go now, right? Another blue candle. Chop fest. The first you don't succeed, get stopped out 3 times. There's my pop. No. Pop ran into a wall. Call the ambulance for pop. There it goes. Take it off there. That was 14 points. I'll take that. We're green now, finally on the day. Need to examine that last stop out though. Let's see. No, it just would have based on my plan. Ooh, it's still going. I should have stayed in. I got to stay in. I'm being very too conservative on this because I did hurt this account yesterday. I'm trying to claw back, so I'm taking quicker wins. But this could have been a 30-point trade, 40-point trade right now. Each tick higher is a new high a day. So we're 835 now. Let's see. It's got a long way to go for yesterday's highs, which is 20,066. Needs over 200 more points. Look at that candle on the Dow. RJ, are you riding this move up? Up 200 points on this hourly candle, the Dow. Yes, 22 points on this candle. Wonder if Ace got his too? Wonder if he got a runner. Awesome for you, RJ. Now, how about on trading? Oh, wait. Okay. This is a signal up the 3-minute chart as well, and that's a moving 30 some odd point zone now. May have found a top. It's hesitating here. 3-minute chart says there's more room to move. 30-second chart says they need a little pullback first. Have a good one, Chris. We'll see you tomorrow. It's at the top of the hour. Still trying to figure out where it wants to go from here. Ooh, ouch, Sid. I could never say that calmly. Not that, I mean, I could never type that calmly. Still moving up here. 850 is the new high. Well, 856 actually. Morning, Burrell. Really slowed down here in this move up. Can it take us higher? Up to 860. Still rising, albeit slowly. There you go, coming back. Sid's gonna come back. Still grinding. Still grindy. I'm up very slightly. Yeah, it's still rising. What's 19.9? There's a big pullback. Got up to 894. Pulled back about 25 points. Excellent comeback, Sid. Excellent. Nice, Burl. Up and pops right back up off the 9. Right back up. Right back up. You're not the only one that feels that way, Burrell. Hassan said that earlier, too. We're kind of sideways here. Give me a minute. I'm not concentrating on the charts. I was just given something to look over by a prop firm. I can't say who or what, but I need to take a gander at a few things. Uh, I'm still determining it. But here we go. I'm in short off this purple candle. Just happen to look back at the chart at the right time, or the wrong time if I get stopped out. If I get stopped out, I should have kept looking at the thing I was looking at. Yep, stopped out. I'm gonna go back to looking at this now. Traderify just put their 100K advanced account. That's intraday at $45 until Friday. I don't know. Not even sure that's worthy of an email. That wasn't what I was looking at. That's totally separate. This is all the stuff I got going on while streaming. Okay. Let me respond to this guy. Watching this, looking, still thinking it wants to come down here. Oh, by the way, hi Tio. Sorry, didn't mean to ignore you. We candle pop. Gonna try it. Give it to me, baby. Love to get back up to 900 from here. Yep, struggling. It, out, I think. I hit exit. Why didn't it exit? No? Wow. I thought I hit exit. It didn't exit the trade, and now I'm back to break even. And now I'm green. Wow. Well, maybe there's some fate working there for me. It's not temp fate. It's struggling there. I'm out. Now it's going to blow up. But I said hey, it was going to be about a 9-point loss turned into a 2-point winner. So I'll take that. Yeah, I got out at the right time there. So for some reason, the trading gods smiled upon me there by not letting me hit the exit button and then letting me have a small win before it redropped. Redropped? Is that a word? Redropped? I guess that is enough to actually do a tweet whatever on. Sid, did you get that last 60 back? Or are you still trying? Oh, let's see. The, the higher someone to run my emails. Coming down to the 90 MA on the 3. If anyone wants an odd job, MightyOxTrading is hiring for a couple little odd jobs here and there, like social media, setting up posts. I'll still write the post. I just need someone that wants to like set them up for the week, and a couple other little things, stuff that just takes me time to do, but it's easy enough, but just takes time out of my day. Better than chasing after pineapples. Oh, ouch, Sid, that's the wrong way. Still falling. 3-minute chart says it wants to fall now. If anyone's interested in a $45 100K Tradify advanced account, here is the link in the code. Got a weird tickle in my throat, and there's the fall. I missed it thanks to the weird tickle in my throat. That was a nice setup there. The graphic says 100K. I haven't tried the 50K. I mean, maybe it works at both. Um, it's hard to test out things because Let me see if I can. What's the actual generic code? And maybe I can test it. FOMC. Yeah, I should have realized that was the code. Just 100K does not work on the 50K. Howdy, Ace. How did your day go? Rising up here, so bouncing, a bouncing baby NQ. Sometimes I have no idea what I'm saying. Choppy. You're trying to edit a sale graphic to put my code in. Couldn't figure out why I couldn't get this one spot edited. It kept showing this dark spot. Then realized it's a dirty spot on my monitor. Wow, Ace. I doubt you're gonna get fired. He understands. He has red days too. But I mean, the other thing is though, because I barely ever hear you say you're red. Don't let this change your trading. Or I mean, grab an grab an eval. Grab a buy another account. Buy an actual evaluation account to trade or something. So it's not affecting your actual personal income. I mean, unless he's paying you that much. That said, you're not the only big trader down today. Sid's being very open and honest about his struggles today. We appreciate the honesty, and you know, so many people only talk about when they're green and then don't talk about when they're red. So especially the struggling traders need to see that and know that even the best have their days. And it is hard in front of everyone, but they need to see that too, Ace. If they see you green every day, they're gonna start wondering why isn't it this easy for me as well. Traders need to see their teachers, their mentors, the people running trade rooms, whatever, have good times and bad. So they don't start wondering if it's them versus the fact that, this is just how trading is. You're going to have a bad day. The goal is to, mitigate those bad days. Don't let them run away from you. Control your emotions, etc. And that's what we need. We don't need just someone just showing green P&L all the time. Hey Jay, how you doing today? I mean, you got to remember. I mean, I've been told literally by probably a dozen people that I'll never be profitable as long as I want to live stream. And I've never I didn't agree with that. I still don't agree with that because I make a lot of this. same mistakes when I'm not streaming. And so I don't believe that's true, but it is harder. There is pressure to take trades that, especially if it's slow and boring, you haven't taken a trade for 45 minutes or whatever, and you're just start looking for anything just to be entertaining. So yeah, it's very hard to trade in front of people, but I do believe you can be successful doing it. I'm glad you're here. Hey Tim, good to see you. And we were about 20 minutes away from rolling the markets with RJ Wheel. Yeah, and I mean that I don't try and go for the flashy stuff like I have nothing against Patrick Whelan or whatever. He admits he's entertainment. I don't try for that audience. I want people that are realistic traders. I want people that are looking to grow, looking to be a community that helps one another and all that. And that's why I'm happy with a smaller community. You know, I've always said I want something like PW has or Trades by Matt has, where the chat's flying by so fast I can't have a connection with all the people in here. I get to know everybody as long as people talk and they let me get to know them, and I like that. But I like little bit bigger audience. I mean, I think we could, if there was 50 people in here talking and chatting, I think that would still be manageable. We've had as many as like 30 to 40, and I've fallen back to. I don't get the numbers I once did, and that's fine though. I'm happy with whatever as long as the community is enjoying being here. However many people that is. You're very welcome, Ace. Purple candle down, quick. Wow. Close time. I'm gonna try short. Wanted it to go further down, but it was hitting the third band, so that might not happen. But it gave me the signal on the 3 minute chart as well. So that's why I think we have more further downward momentum here. And I was right. Come on, fall for me. Nope, bounces. Should have taken the quick win there because we are hitting that third band on the 32nd, which means it wants to come back up. He's a good guy. Just ask him. Out. So there we go. There's a win. And maybe coming right back down. I did get a. No, this is the same signal. Never right. Same 3 minute candle. Yeah. Yeah. Still falling. I feel like we actually have a lot of movement to the downside. I look at this, and I'm often looking for it to fall down until the yellow line hits the bottom of the RSI, but we'll see. Well, see, and I would hate that too. People falling all over themselves, possibly getting injured, maybe getting sued. That would be a problem. I said the janitor come in and look at and clean up ES. Two bad jokes in a row there, guys. That's not my code. Damn it. Yes, but he's not expecting you to be perfect, Ace. Matt would be with us on Friday. He'll be in here around the time, of the bell, which is weird. So Ace will be in his room and he'll be in here. It's like there was a trade. And we pop up. I don't know, RJ. I don't know if I should trust you today with that last hour Earlier, you were bragging that you got some. Now you're saying you find that you're finding it hard. We're getting a little into the risque territory here. Anyway, sorry. Blue candle popping, hopping, stopping like a rabbit. Long. See that 9 EMA is right above, and it's already pulling back, not going higher. Didn't want to take me higher. Didn't see how extended it was away from the two lines were from each other. See, come on back for me. Come back, Jack. Do it again. Well, Crypticon didn't return, so I was going to give you that, that whole tick versus range versus time, but it was Crypticon that ouch got stopped out. Crypticon that ass, and he didn't come back. Ooh, a hot tub story? That sounds steamy. Ouch. I have never, and here goes RJ with his parlay. I've never been in a hot tub. And down we come. Yeah, definitely on the deep sea diving. I don't even know how to swim. Forever young, RJ. Stay forever young. Still falling. Remember when I said I thought we had more downside based on the 3-minute chart? Yep, I was right. When I listen to this, I'm not taking that long then. You take a long there. Hit that 9. Bounce down. Ouch. Stop that. I gotta figure out where I'm going wrong. This week has not been good. After 2 great weeks, this week has sucked. And part of it just not taking those with trend trades, because right there, yeah, I went long based on this green, which I probably should have stayed out of, but that was a perfect purple bouncing off the 9, and there was a good 10-point trade. We're long again. I know trying it again. Can't get above the 9. Keep brushing against it. 9's at 803. Brushed it again. It just can't get momentum. Come on. Up there, you silly wabbit. There it goes. Blue candle pop, too. Blue candle pop, apoptosis. Stop in above break even. Gonna try and ride this a little bit, and it's starting to overextend. It's 20 points apart. We're out. That was a 10.5 point trade to finish the day. RJ, whenever you're ready to call in. No hurry. Good morning, RJ Wheel. How are you?
Oh, oh, mute. Good morning. How are you doing, Ox?
Doing all right?
All morning. FOMC day. Yeah, long hour.
Yeah.
But that's not selling everyone to stay here. uh, but you never know what could happen. There's sometimes maybe at the now. Do we know when the London closes now, or is it still 12:30?
still,
Look at the
still,
time.
still 12:30 until the last Sunday in March.
Oh, that's correct. That's right too. So we're expecting some big reset half hour before London closes. Sure, that'll get everyone staying till noon. That's my prediction. And there's Ace is here. USC hopefully hangs in for a bit longer.
Yep.
Regulars here. Look, seen all day. USC. Jim Rome was here. MRTO. If I'm not mentioning you, I don't know. Did I see? Was Platt here earlier?
Yeah, Platt was here.
Oh,
Live,
Platt. Yeah.
yeah, livestock was missing.
He said he wasn't feeling it yesterday, so day off.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna
I
hand
don't
it
know what
over.
to say about this. Go ahead.
Gonna
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Ox,
hand it
I'll
to
take
him.
over and come back when you either if I break a rule or at 59.
Yeah. All right. Rolling the markets with RJ Wheel. Up now. Have a great day.
Well, everybody, I just got the one trade on the Dow. Uh, Low key morning. And so just review. Start with my favorite, the Dow. The Dow just took off this morning off the open. Like yesterday was trading shorts at the open. Or overnight lows at the open. It was creating a new overnight high right before the open. It just broke through the overnight. Actually, it was a double top because the overnight high actually was originally created at 9 o'clock last night Eastern time. So it broke through that and it just never looked back. It's kind of got top heavy here, and if you look left, in the overnight yesterday, so two overnights ago, that area of we'll call it 42,175 was an area of friction, and it's basically that area right now. So the previous day high 2 days ago was 42.63, so could get a touch up there. Let's go over to what you guys all care about. The NASDAQ. Got it all set up today. And the NASDAQ is, where is it? I had it set up, then I moved around all my other charts. NASDAQ's got same thing, came up and is still pretty good. I got a overnight, it's just right, kind of hovering on an overnight high right now. And I got a big number up there at 19,950 area. That's where it could go. I mean, this afternoon, the problem is at 2 o'clock, you're going to have the FOMC. Here I got my NQ. Going to change something on it there. Okay, the overnight high on NQ was basically 19,798, let's call it. Anyway, 800. So it was 800. It's got as high as 900, and I have an area up there around 950, somewhere in between 930 and 950. I think it's gone way back down, and now, of course, it's turned overnight high into support. So you see it's come all the way up, didn't quite get to that 930, 950 area, and it's come all the way back to the we'll call it the 800 area for overnight high support, which was obviously normally thought of as resistance, but it is support now, and it's really hit it hard, and it's staying there, and probably, unfortunately for us, This may just go sideways for the next 3 hours. So I don't really know what to say. I'm going to give you a big number to watch this afternoon on the NQ. We'll round it off. I got a fib at 767, so 770 area is going to be. So we may go down to there to launch the FOMC at 2 o'clock. 770. Watch 770 all afternoon. Overnight low is 959. So if it's bad news on the FOMC, people are expecting a rate increase and there isn't like a rate deduction and there isn't one. I can't see there being a rate increase. Then they might take it down to that 659 level. Well, watch for 770. I'm predicting it'll come down there and trade off of that, then come back up, and then go back down. And eventually, if it breaks through 770, it'll go all the way down to 650, that type of thing. That's what I expect if there's bad news after 2 o'clock Eastern time release. You know, if the Bulls can keep get the ball back, they've kind of really lost their steam here as they went all the way back. But right now it's a toe test at overnight support. That's what they do. They break overnight high resistance, and then they come back to it to test it, and that's where the Bears and the Bulls fight. And the winner usually gets the next couple hours to themselves, either up or down. So if the Bulls can get the ball back, I can see them going up to that. You know, they touched the double figure, basically 900. I could see it going on 930 or 950 this afternoon. Let's see what's going on in the room. Let's see when it is. Hopefully someone's... Oh, USC writes, one day I will never learn to trade NQ in the morning of FOMC day. Yeah, that's a problem. My plat MRs here, good. FOMC days are tricky. And, you know, like I've just been sitting here since, honestly, for the last hour, I was typing in here quite a bit again. And not really, I was looking at I've got my fantasy baseball draft tonight, very serious league I'm in. So I've been looking at baseball websites. So I can't really talk to you about any intricate issues that were going on in the last hour. I'm kind of really just fooling around here. If anyone's got anything to ask me or talk about or share a story about their trading life or USC, what happened in that hot tub Monday night, that kind of thing, we were all ears. I was looking at RTY yesterday. I said I would look at RTY. I think I might start trading that again. I mean, not full time. Not like Dow's not going to be replayed. I'm not talking about looking for a replacement for Dow. I just want to add it back to my arsenal. Maybe just more of the feel good. I mean, at one time my first 4 years, or I don't even, it could be longer. Anyway, I started my 2000 career started in 2008 as a serious daytime future trader. Not a serious, you know, I was still working, so I wouldn't call it serious, but where every day of the week was obsessed with futures trading. How about that? It became my hobby. I was a hobby futurist at that time, hobby future trader. Now I'm a serious futures trader. So my hobby started in 2008, and for the first, you know, we can look it up. When did RTY go to? I think it's on ice now, right? It changed from a $10 item to a $5 item, and it wasn't included in the trading room that I frequented. Them, no one had ice on their data feed, so we switched off RTY, and you know, we started fooling around with CL, NQ, YM, trying to find which one would be our favorite. I think you know, kind of flipped around. But RTY for the first 4 or 5 years of my career I got up every day and almost in a vacuum, like I am now. When I say with YM, I would be oblivious to what was going on in the NQ, the CL, or things of that nature. Maybe it's just as a homage to the old days. I'm just going, I'm going to get more interested in the YM. I think I have a CL chart up here today. Yeah, let's have a look at CL. We're just going to fool around today, I guess. Back to here. Just a nice calm soak. My time on Monday night was a soak. And nice, but not calm. That's all I'll say. So, CL, it's doing the same as the Dow, more the Dow because the NQ came off pretty good. It has been rocketing up from its open. It's been straight up and not pausing. And I have a big number. Anyone who wants to trade the CL, here's a big number for you to watch today. I think right now it's on a race to hit 67.30. We'll call it. I'm predicting oil will hit 67.30 at some point today. That might be the ceiling. And it may go as high as 67, call it 50. But I'm going to pay $67.30 a barrel is a hard price on CL. I think it'll go there. It right now is at 67.17. So 67.30, write that down. I'm going to we'll see where we'll come on tomorrow and see if it hits 67.30. I think that's a hard one. I don't have a chart. I only have a 15-minute chart. I'm not trading CL, so I couldn't tell you. I can't go right now and actually try to trade that. Maybe I should make a chart. It's hell-bent, I think. Previous day high, because yesterday was a big sell-off, started overnight at midnight, or sorry, at London Open. Was 68.49. We'll call it 68.50. So they really want to go crazy and start checking out previous stop offs. They could take this. This could go crazy between now and say maybe the Asians will finish it off and take it all the way up there. Tim Rohn, the RTY can't be traded by the institutions. That's with a question mark. I don't know. Why would they not be able to trade it? I don't know. It moved to a wacky ice, which see, there's my that's a dozen years ago bias. At the time, we thought ice was wacky. I don't know. I don't know, Tim. Elaborate more why you think that. Why wouldn't Goldman Sachs or anyone else, Bank of America guys, all the other big brokers, why wouldn't they be able to trade RTY? I mean, it's got a good good collection of petroleum industry stocks. It's got it has a lot of petroleum, like not just the oil company, but all the oil suppliers, oil equipment the drillers, and the equipment lease companies. All those guys are on. It's got a heavy base with oil, and it has a lot of manufacturing and industrial. And I don't know about how popular it is with Silicon Valley and type data stocks, but I know it's fairly heavily tied to the oil industry. Yeah, so I did. I'm especially today. We've got nothing much to talk about, so I was just going through all the markets and giving out I'm going to give out predictions today on different stocks, or I mean, different futures, not on stocks. I'm not telling anyone to do any stock trading. I also traded years ago, and they said no big players made when they changed exchange. Oh well, I think that I think it's not popular. Like the big guys weren't focused on it. Of course, they're the Dow and the ES and the NQ. I think back in the day, the order flow guys were like saying it was easier to read the order flow because the big guys weren't coming in with big orders. Maybe stuff like that. I think I used to hear. I mean, it's been so long. I mean, Russell's not been my thing for years, so I don't have any idea of its rhythms. I feel like the Dow, it feels like a comfortable pair of shoes for me. I kind of know what it's going to do. I mean, not big picture. I know what it's going to do. Translating that into money is a different story. But it's like, you know, I know the Kansas City Chiefs are going to finish first in their division and have home field in the playoffs and go to the Super Bowl every year. But you know, games with the point spread. You know, when Kansas City plays the Raiders, they're favored by 7, and they only win by 6. It's not as easy, you know. Even though I know Kansas City's a better team, it's not. That's the kind of thing I'm saying. I know what the Dow's going to do, but making money out of it is a different story. I know the Kansas City Chiefs are going to be one of the top 3 teams in football, but getting money out of it is a different story. Yeah, no. Let's go back to since livestock's inviting Dow talk. I'm all for that. Let me switch back. I've got NQ and all those others on different workspace, so now I don't have to always search for charts. So the YM, yeah. Well, I talked about livestock. I talked about that. It came out the open, and I did mention that it broke. It was immediately on the open. The overnight high was support because the overnight high, of course, was right there, and I had a point of control in a previous high at 40. We'll call it 175, and it went pretty much to 175, and I didn't get the initial boom. I don't really trade the open and lazy this morning. I just think, you know, I couldn't predict that it was gonna. I didn't predict the explosion off there, but it came up and then it pulled back, and then I call it my 945 trade. I find the Dow in particular after the first 15 minutes of the open, so 9:30 Eastern open, 945 trade. I call it my 945 trade. My 2 favorite trades of the day are at 945 and at 10:30. If you're going to be a guy who times his trades, I feel like the odds serve you well for a 945 move up or down with some force and gusto, which produces, you know, that 20, 40, 50, 60 tick runway where you can get safely, you know, in halves. That would be 10, 20, and 30 at least. Sometimes get them all. Anyway, I got that trade, and I didn't hold it because I didn't know. I got in, and it ultimately went all the way up to that 175 level. It made a pullback at the 10 o'clock area, and then eventually went up there again. Hit 175 at just before 10 o'clock, and as it came off it, that's where I clicked it off. So I didn't get the full 200 and whatever it ended up being. 9/11 candle was the snowplow before the belt. Now, what kind of chart was that 9/11 candle on? Was that a one? Are you talking about a 1 minute chart or what kind of size tick chart? 1 minute chart. Okay. I have a small. No, I have a 3 minute chart. I don't have a 1 minute. I don't want to make charts during the stream because with rollover, my Ninja has not been very friendly the last couple of days. I had to stall it again this morning when I was trying to make another chart. So I can't switch to a 1 minute, but I'll look at a 3 minute and at 9:12 and 9:13. Between 9:09 and yeah, the breakout for me on the 3 minute was 9:12. There was a big, huge candle there, and if you look on for me, I like to look at 2 big candles that create one way or the other. By that I mean they have so for up they would have a higher low, and then the next candle would have a higher low, and those 2 candles also have higher highs. So it's a 2 candle stack is what I call it. I call it a 2 bar. I find those very important. If you look over at Ox's chart right now, if you look at his one in the top left corner, Look at Ox's chart on the top left corner, and look at those two green bars. This is an important thing I'm going to teach you guys today. In my, by how I trade. I don't, everybody's got their different ways. I never want to sound like an ego guy, like, oh, you got to trade my way. This is my trick. I said that two bar. That's what I call a two bar right there. And now see how it pulled off that. Now it's coming down inside. It's coming down to the bottom of that two bar. And to me, that is a critical thing for the shorts. They have to get through that two bar. For me right now, that's inside the two bar. I'm not taking this short. This is what you call a short to get to the long, because it gets to that bottom of that two bar. Let's see, it could turn around. It has to get through that two bar, and then I got a two bar down, and then that two bar down is now driving me. I know this sounds confusing, but this is a good spot right here. I'm going to switch back to yeah, the high volume break. I don't have a volume on that right now. But I'll tell you the other thing. I'm back to YM, and then we'll go back to NQ. But on YM livestock, my big number today is we'll call it 965. I'm gonna just verify that. My big number is 966 actually, so we'll call it 965. I'm rounding off. And it was laying on top of that. So it was going to be one of those where it was coin flippy. It was going to go up or down, and it went up. Unfortunately, it was with 20 minutes to go in the stream, 20 minutes to the open. So, I don't like really trading. I'm not a big trader. I wasn't paying attention either, by the way. I was getting ready for, I don't know, I took off and I was making coffee. Or whatever, but I might have took that because, as you said, that's a great area. That was a great move. As you say, high volume was a great area. Had a support level 965. Was going to run, and it had an overnight high target of at that time. That was the overnight high because the previous the overnight high that is created at the open. It was a double top at 42.63. 0.63. So that was a great trade. If you got in there on that 9/11 candle, that was really good trading livestock. Again, another point. That 965 area was also yesterday's New York session, kind of close to it. A lot of good things about that. So going back to NQ, see, we got our teaching thing here. Look at this. If you look back to the left, look back. This is a really important, guys. I'm giving you like inside baseball stuff here, like RJ way. The RJ way, you got those two bars, two green bars. See the second one on top of the whatever his green horizontal is, and look how powerful that two bar. I call it a two-bar stack. And look what happened. Shorts came in and put two bars down, but they could not break that two bar. And I said, if they get close to the bottom of that two bar green, they will reverse and take it up. I look for that all the time. That is one of the biggest things. I just gave you some secret sauce there, and in my trading, how I trade. I'm going to go over to look at an NQ chart. Sorry, but I'm still dealing with the leftovers of this cold, by the way. So hopefully by April, my voice will be living up to Crypticon's billing. He calls me the sexiest voice on the internet, and I don't mind that. Okay, let's go back now. NQ. I mean, what is that size chart he's got over there? That's a large chart, but that's what it did. Another thing I'd like to teach you, but his chart, the chart isn't really set up for that. But anyway, if you look down if you look down at the ES chart at the bottom right, same thing. Two bars up, came down to the bottom. And the same with the Dow down here at the bottom. Came down, went through it a little bit, but see, then the red, but it didn't form another red bar. Didn't really, so it still got the magnets there, and I mean, and the this NQ smaller chart. See what it did there. Canadian coal. You know, a lot of people here in Canada think they're, we laugh all the time because one of the things maybe we should tariff the Americans on is comedians. I mean, the comedy world down in the States is just peppered with many Canadians across the board. And one of the things we think of is what makes Canadians funny is how we have to deal with the weather up here. That's one of our beliefs. So we think that's maybe one reason why we've been able to export so many funny Canadians. If you look at the who's who of the greatest comedians over the last 35, 45, 40 years, or actually going back to the 70s with SCTV, Second City, which was out of Chicago and Toronto. But even some of the Chicago guys were Canadian. And it's not just in the frontline comedians that you see on TV or movies or whatever. It's the support, the writers and producers are Canadians. Saturday Night Live, Lorne Michaels. Is he Canadian? I gotta always think that. See, he cut his teeth when he was a young man. His first shows were, yeah, he's a Canadian and American. He's half and half. I knew that. He's got one of his parents is, but he started in Toronto and was working for our state network, CBC, producing comedy specials with his partner, who, if I remember his name, was Lorne Hart. No, he's Lorne. Somebody Hart. Now I'm on a Google search because Hart and Michaels. What's that? I don't know. Can't find him. It's coming up with Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart. Lorne Michaels had a partner. Trust me, his name was Hart. Last name was Hart, and there was Hart and Michaels were a comedy team in the early '70s before Saturday Night Live. When I was a very small boy. So, like, yeah, that's a big flat for our for the NHL. They have a hard salary cap, and so Texas, Vegas, Texas, Florida, these places have players can sign if that's for a player to play in New York or Toronto or California, he gets 10 million. Like half of it's gone. Maybe he goes to Texas or Florida. No tax, so Florida can afford to pay players, and Texas can afford to pay players way less. And it's really become a thing. I mean, I looked at it the other day. In the last 8 years, the two finalists, that's 16 finalists, like 10 or I think maybe even 10 or 11 or even touching 12 are from state tax-friendly states, because you got to count Missouri. St. Louis has been. Tennessee, Nashville's been to the final. So, like, 3/4 of the finalists come from tax-friendly states. What does that tell you? That's a problem in hockey. I don't think football has a soft cap. Basketball's not a hard cap either, so they don't have that problem. And plus, they make so much money, those basketball players. My God. We've got a doctor drain in Canada. We have a doctor shortage, a huge doctor shortage here, and I think the hospitals have a nurse shortage. Sorry, I hit my mic. Just riffing here. Let's get back to the market. So that was that was an interesting moment there. So we had that 2-bar stack, as I call it, and it came back down to it, and on a small chart could have got in the NQ in the 830s. and it got to 860. So there was that's where you can find ways to make 10 points. I mean, you could have got more. You could still be in this trade, and it's like a 45, 50 point trade, but that's a tough hold. There was a bit of a comeback there. So, I mean, if I got in, I would have clicked it out. I would have got 10 points easy. And that's how I search out for those 20 tickers on YM. Basically, this 2-bar thing is a big thing for me. I'm going to keep talking about that from now on. What is the size of his chart? I don't know the size of his charts. I'll have to get the formula for that. I can't read them. I'm not a Tradovate. Is he Tradovate? This is a Tradovate, right? I don't even know that. But anyway, that's a big thing to watch for, guys. Watch them for 2 bars, and then watch for how they support and use the support at the bottom and the resistance at the top on those, and then when they break, that's a place. I mean, there's more nuance to it and all that, but that's a good start. 2-bar stacks, guys. And I don't hear anyone teaching that. This is what I like about it. I made that up myself. Like, I'm sure there's somebody, and I've gone through the internet. I'm not saying I'm Galileo here, but yeah, I have seen one or two guys refer to that, but they usually talk in 3-bar. Most of the guy, if you look on the internet, most of them talk about a 3-bar stack. I don't think it's necessary. I think just 2-bar. It's a really good thing. I mean, what are we gonna do here? We just hit the halfway mark. We've got 30 more minutes to go. If somebody could type in something else to talk about, that'd be good. I'm just gonna play off you guys. NQ's shorting again off that, coming back down in, perhaps. My thing shows I got smaller charts than Ox up right now. I'm looking. Oh, sorry, that was the RTY. The NQ is not shorting; it's staying in a thread. I'm gonna go back over to see if I can make a trade in the Dow. I do not want to take what we call a boredom trade just because you're bored, or I guess for me now it'll be called a stream trade. I don't want to take a stream trade, just to give you guys something to do. I don't want to lose money. Go over everything again. I'm gonna write these numbers down so we can talk about them tomorrow. Here's my journal. Okay, the Dow at present is at a 42,175. 5-stop agrees with me. We've established up there as a target. And the thing to watch for here is a break of 42.65, previous day high. FOMC's good news. They'll go up there and use that as resistance and maybe go higher and flip it to support. So we got on the Dow. Dow 42,265 high target. And support at present is 42, we'll call it 42.50, 42,050. Overnight high is now support. Oh, high support 42.50. And then the big number on the Dow, which if there's the news is not well liked, the big news will be go down to we'll call it 960. 960 is big battle zone. And then overnight low. If it's really bad and they decide to really run this down, they take it all the way back down to 865. 65. Oh, low. For the bad news. Go. That's the Dow. The NASDAQ. Go to the NASDAQ workspace again. And we already talked about this. NASDAQ, I see a 930 to 950. I know, that's a big 20-point area, but somewhere in there, if it hits 930, it'll probably go to 950. 930.50 area is resistance right now. Resistance, and if they really want to get fun, they got to take out that. If they take out like 960, they could go all the way up and push it over 20,000 today if they like. Let's say they drop the interest rate. 20,066 is ultimate target long. Now, bad news. Overnight highs to support. We'll call it 90. We'll call it 800. 19,800 is overnight high support, and the big number on the NQ is 770. Sorry, yeah, 770. Big target, big battle zone, and if they take that out down to 660, overnight support, overnight low support. Doggies. The MR has 14 dogs, I believe the count is right now. I shorted at 11. I thought he wouldn't buy more than 11 dogs, so I'm at 15 or 16. I'll have to cover that short. If he adds a couple of dogs, I'll give up. 960 on NQ lines up with a possible target on Mondays. Yeah, Mondays. What's it? Mondays high. Yeah, the high on Monday. Was that Monday? No, Tuesday. I got it as yesterday. Today's Wednesday, right? The session high was. Oh no, sorry. Session high was the open. 900. That's Tuesday. Okay. All right. I'm going back to what you're talking about. 860. The low was 832. I don't really see Monday, how Monday relates to. Oh, I was talking about the 970, 960. Okay, I see what you're talking about on Monday now. Look at last night's overnight. 770 got its head bumped a couple of times. A lot of trading flurry of activity in that 770 area. So I'm gonna stick with that. And as far as 960, for 770 is a big number if the bears get control again. And 960, which we are aiming to go to. Yeah, right. Okay, I'm on you now at livestock. I got 930 to 950, and then 960 would be the breakout of that whole area. 2 nights ago, the overnight traded in the 960 level for twice. Came down to it, and the bears couldn't drive it lower, and it went back up, and it came down to it, and the bulls put up a hell of a fight there. And this time they couldn't win. This was in the overnight, and they got creamed, and then of course on the open yesterday it just shot down after that 960 area got broke. So yeah, 960 livestock. I agree with you about 960. But I think if the bulls are either taken into the FedEx, the Fed announcement, Um, or at the Fed announcement, it's bullish. 960 will be the play, probably and it might end up becoming the support as they as they take it across that line for 20,000 again. And I got 20,066. Now, if it's bearish, I'm telling you, 770 will be played with. 20 minutes to go, and Q is right at present. Looking to, if it crosses like see where looking at that left corner one on the NQ, left top corner. See 2-bar down inside the 2-bar. Now it's breaking the 2-bar down, and it's going to try to break the high of that previous 2-bar. This is very bullish right now for the NQ. We might have a trade here. Everything's looking a little bullish. I got a Russell here and an ES. That could be a trade on the NQ. Platt, I do not. I do not trade the FOMC. Not the actual announcement, the 2 o'clock release. I make it a rule. It's worse than the opens. I don't trade the opens very often. I don't care how good the setup is at 2 o'clock at Eastern time, which would be 11 o'clock your time, Platt. I don't care how good a setup it is. I just think it's just craziness. It's a coin flip. It's like loading 3 bullets into a 6-shot revolver and holding it to your head. You got a 50% chance of being right, and you know, if you're right, it's highly profitable because it can really scream. It can scream 100 points. But what? Yeah, actually, Livestock's giving you the proper answer. I gave you the reasons for what he wrote. He wrote, "Why bother?" And I'm giving you the inside baseball. Why you say why bother? But you know what? 5-10 minutes after the and when it settles down, just like opens every day. And you know, usually about, you know, as I said, I call it the 9:45 trade, 9:30 Eastern open, 9:45 trade. So 2:15 is probably a good time to knuckle in. What the good news about it'll shoot up, it'll shoot down, and it creates a high and a low. It gives you more targets. That flurry of activity gives you more, gives you information about that. It gives you places where you know the bulls are weak and the bears get weak, or where the opposite, depending on whether you're a bull or a bear at the time on your chart. It can let you know where the selling and the buying might take place in that first 15 minutes. So usually there's a good winter trade to be had after the announcement. I mean, there's activity. The activity kind of stays on, I find. It doesn't slow down usually. It goes right into the close with some pretty good stuff going on. Because everybody has, all the big guys have to keep reset. You know, the ones who lost have to reset, and the ones who won are looking to maybe, reverse their, trap the suckers that want to have to do what they have to do. So I don't know. I wouldn't trade. I do not trade it. Hey, actually, I've had a bad run. I've had stuff to do on Wednesday afternoons quite often. I can't remember the last time I was actually here for a live Fed trade. I'm here all day today, so I'll actually be in front of my charts at 2 o'clock today, oddly enough. But oddly, I don't know. I think it's before. I might have to go back to November or October, the last time I actually sat here in front of the Fed announcement. Yeah. Well, I find that, if it just shoots right up, and you have to wait. You wait for the pullback, and then you get it. Which invariably comes, and you get in and you jump in on and ride the rest of the way up, or some of the way up. I don't know. But if it wicks, if it's going back and forth on both sides, well, now you know the pressure points for the bears and the bulls, the buyers and the sellers. and you can, it's like a mini overnight high, overnight low situation. I don't know too many people that are successful at trading the Fed. For every time I've been in a trading room where some guys talked about making 4 grand off of that, I liken that guy to the guy, your buddy at the pub who says he just every day reports in that he went, oh, I dropped in played the slots at lunchtime, or geez, last night I played the slot. They always win. Those kind of guys, they every time they go to the casino, they never lose. If you manage to go to the said casino that they said they were at and manage to talk to security officials, and they're letting you watch their cameras for that night that your buddy was there, you'll probably find he made at least one trip to the ATM. Maybe on the way out to get the money for the gas to drive back to tell you about how much he won. Yeah, I had an in-law. My in-laws were like that, and I got a friend now. God love the guy. He's a hell of a nice guy. I golf with her. I've been going to hockey games with, and we meet for beers. And he's constantly telling me about his wins. They're not big though, so I'm not concerned. He always says he wins like $20, $30, $40. So I don't know what I can't. I haven't got to the point yet where I have to call him out and say, you win every time you go. But I got one right now. That's concerning me a little. MR, do you think the reaction is real of everything planned with the FOMC or other news? Real. And do you think the reaction is real? I don't know how to answer that, MR. I don't know where you're really alluding to that. I'll tell you this, though. I mean, this comes back to the guys who think that news trading is the way to go. I find that interpreting the news, sometimes you'll think, well, that's got to be bad news. It's going to go down, and it goes up. Like the interest rate. This is oversimplifying, but it's a good one to give an example of. Interest rate low, stock market high, because there's nowhere to put your money. So you think if the Fed says we have to lower the rate, that will cause the market to go up. But it's also if they've got to lower the interest rate, it means they're concerned about the economy. It means the economy needs stimulating. It means the economy's bad. So that the big institution, the big buyers, big players, sorry, they might sell on that news. They might interpret that news as bad economic news and sell. I mean, I'm oversimplifying, but what I'm trying to say is there's two. The news there's the news that sounds good or bad, but it actually could be the reverse if you lift the hood of the news. That's what I'm doing about where I'm saying, well, just because they lower the interest rate, but it's actually bad news in a way. It means the economy's weak. Yeah, COVID. You think you just keep shorting, right? Everyone should have. I mean, a lot of people probably lost a lot of money because they sold, but then the stock market ended up going up for various reasons. Yeah. Like election night, there's a classic case. 2016 and 2024, Trump's elected. Again, not political talk. I don't care whether you like or dislike Trump or what my feelings about Trump are. This has nothing to do with that. But both times the market the market created it. The market reacted when after 8 o'clock at night, when the polls closed and the newsreaders were looking like they were going to choke. And it became evident that it was a lot of red on those maps. The market just crashed, as if Pearl Harbor or 9/11 were being announced. I mean, just a huge overreaction. And then, of course, it was time to buy. And then, of course, the markets did return. I think in 2024, a lot of people came to that realization that the markets dumped, and then I think they were being bought up as the night went on. I think in 2016 they just kept selling all night long, and I realized that be good. Yeah, the news is a way to trick things. I'm a bit concerned about what the institutions are doing right now. I think we could be looking at another bubble. I've been saying for you, and again, I'm not a smart guy, so I don't really know what's going on, or when I do figure out what's going on, I don't do anything accordingly. But I mean, I drive around, and after COVID with the Zoom thing and people staying home, I mean, I see just commercial real estate signs up everywhere, and I see people vacating because they can't afford the leases, their commercial lease. I mean, up here in Canada, our biggest department store, the Hudson Bay store, is closing. It's like the death of department stores. So what's going to happen? All these shopping malls are going to turn into pickleball factories? I don't know. Pickleball players are wealthy and stuff are well off, a lot of them, but I mean, they're not going to pay exorbitant amounts for to play pickleball. Pickleball is everywhere. I mean, imagine that. Imagine if pickleball was a stock, and you pre-COVID you bought pickleball. I mean, but I don't know. What are these shopping malls? What are they gonna? What are you gonna? What can you do with those? I mean, you can flatten them. I guess a lot of. I mean, I think I have one right across from I have a condo. Wife and I have a condo in the city, and the Bay was the Hudson Bay was the anchor store at that mall. It's gone. That mall's gonna. I'm sure that mall will be a condo. Matter of fact, there was. I noted to her the other day when I was down visiting. That they were ripping up the main street along beside the mall. They're putting in new sewers, and I'm thinking they're probably doing that because the old ones wouldn't accommodate, would need to be updated to accommodate population growth because they're going to build 2 condos where that shopping mall is. So I'm interpreting the news of the sewers being put in. Yeah, chiropractors, orthopedics, massage therapists. Big news, big windfall for them. So that that's the thing about stock purchasing. So pickleball's exploding. It's when you see a certain kind of industry explode. Well, what are the feeder industries for that? You can buy those stocks cheaper because So when pickleball exploded, you missed out on the pickleball explosion, but you could buy a massage therapy or any kind of orthopedic stocks, shoes, things like that. Pickleball. Yeah, so I mean I think the news is a way to mix this up. I also think that never before, and I'm not just saying this about the Trump. I think I know back in this there was a study with the Obama administration that they were really fudging figures. I'm sure the Biden was too. So in the last 24 years of 8 years of the 12 years of Biden, Obama, and the 5 years so far of Trump, they've been manipulating. The oldest saying in the world: "Figures don't lie, but liars can figure." They smudge up those unemployment figures, and they you know you just take take housing out of the inflation cost. Say, well, housing isn't part of inflation. Well, now the inflation rate will be way less. I'm not saying they did that. I'm making up. I think they definitely are really fudging those figures. And I hear that, I know I'm getting political, but I'm not trying to be. I'm just trying to talk about news. I mean, the one side constantly talks about how could we have lost that election? We've got a great economy. They keep on saying that. I've heard them say that many times. They go, well, the economy. I mean, these people are dumb. They don't realize the economy. They can't see that the economy is actually good. But I don't care if the economy is in its most bullish phase and it's great and it's fantastic, but you, for whatever reason, not because it's your fault, but the company you work at had to lay you off. Well, the economy for you is bad. Like, it doesn't matter that your streets feathered with swimming pools being built, and every driveway's got an Escalade, whatever you pronounce those Cadillac SUVs. Um, you're unemployed, the economy's bad, and I think there's a lot of people out there. The economy was missing. A lot of people weren't getting to participate in the Biden economy. So of course they had to vote the other way. Oh, that's the truth of the matter. Platt, I was just thinking about that this morning. This is the biggest problem we have. Like the dollar. I hate to use this example because I know I'm Canadian. And a lot of you don't care about hearing about the NHL, but it's nothing to do with talking about hockey. It's just a great example. I was listening to a hockey podcast just yesterday. I had to stop. Platt just brought up. They tossed around numbers yesterday, like I couldn't believe. They just made assumptions. Like the salary cap in the NHL right now is presently, don't quote me, I think it's like 92 million. Doesn't matter what it is. These guys, well, in 5 years it'll be 120 million. And I go, like, you're just throwing out big, but it probably will be. But this is and the NHL salary cap started in 2007 was 35 million. It's already tripled in 15 years. How can that be? Like, that's the thing about money. Like, I flipped on, just by coincidence, I'm an older guy, so I happen to have lived through when television was just on networks, and Dallas was the biggest show in the world. And so I flipped on an old Dallas last night, and JR says, he was talking to Cliff, his nemesis, and there was an oil well that was producing 5,000 barrels a month, and he said to Cliff, well, that'll pay you $500,000. And so I started working that out. That means like the oil was like 25, maybe like $20 a barrel. And $500,000 was like the end of the year. I mean, today, $500,000 a month would be really good news today too. But I mean, it would produce like $3 million. It's just money doesn't seem to have the same. It doesn't have the same meaning anymore. And why do you think gold just crossed over $3,000 an ounce? Silver's at $30 an ounce. I think silver's a great buy. I mean, silver traditionally, I think it's got a 15-to-1 ratio with gold right now. That would be a 10-to-1. I don't know what that means, but yeah. Well, the big enchilada. It's 3 minutes. Ox is going to cut this off. We'll have to continue it tomorrow. But the big enchilada is the national debt of all Western civilized countries, not just America. But with America being the reserve currency, and they just print more money, print reserve currency. No one ever mentions that. They're printing the money that the rest of the world uses, but they get to print it. No one seems to take note of that. I find that strange. I think that's why other countries are shaking their head. Anyway, interesting conversation today. Because it wasn't out of day. Oh, going back, you see that NQ trade that I was talking about. Again, I said that it's Fed day, so it's hard to concentrate. It's kind of trying to work it out. NQ did get up. RTY did a trade up. I don't have the Dow. Let's go back to the Dow. I put it on 2 different workspaces before Ox gets here. What did the Dow do? Yeah, Dow had a little move up too. There was a trade there. We got talking. Yes, MR, great line. Debt is the engine of the economy, and I think it's going to bite us. As I was talking about commercial real estate debt, and I'm noticing all these companies like Hooters and Red Lobster have gone out off the charts in the last year. So, and the big scary one I've heard is we'll talk about it tomorrow. Is that debt is the institutions and the private equity firms are transferring the debt hold to pension funds. Why is that? Because the banks were bailed out in 2008. They know if there's another collapse, people aren't gonna let the banks get away with that. But everyone knows the pension funds will have to be, they'll have to be bailed out. And why are the pension fund guys making these bad investments in debts? Because it's making them money, and the guy who runs the pension, these pension funds, he's got a 5-year window. He's not thinking about 20 years out, which has always been a problem with capitalism. Capitalism is a short-term reward. That's why China's kicking their butts, because they use like a 30-year plan, and we use like a 3-4-year plan with our presidential and prime minister administrations. Here in Canada, it's 5 years. So really spinning off here. Ox is not let me not coming in to butt in. There he is. Well, we'll talk more about this debt problem because it's going to be a big problem, and we can news trade off it. Anyway, guys, FOMC looking for Nasdaq number was 770, and the Dow number is 969. If they sell off, if they go higher, just hold up, grab by the ears and ride it.
All
Ox,
right.
want to take us out? Thanks for
Absolutely.
whoever stayed here for the whole hour. Thanks for the input on conversation. We got off on some pickleball and some other subjects. So, guys, talk to you tomorrow. So, Mox.
And that's it for today. We do want to thank everyone for joining me. Please be careful with FOMC. We'll talk about that tomorrow. We'll talk about trading tomorrow. Hope everyone has a great rest of your day. We'll see you then, 8 a.m. Bye.